Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Thomas. Hey, Benny. Hi, Ken. Hey, Paul. How's everyone doing? Hi, Colin. Hi, Exodus and Martin the Engineer. We are continuing the Tridex build today. So, time for Charlie to allow some stream time, yes. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Eddie. Thanks for being here. Hey, Jokernut. Hey, Kevin. Let's see. Hey, Scott. It is Charlie time, yes. Not everybody likes Charlie time, but that's okay. They don't need to watch. They can start about 5 minutes into the stream. Hey, Lars. Hey, PF Dennis. Ooh, lots of folks here today. Awesome. Lots of chatty folks. Hey, Polar Ted. Thank you for your assistance. I really appreciate it. Maurice, member for 6 months. Welcome, good evening, and thank you, Steve. Awesome, thank you for being a member. Get Charlie Pets out of the way, then he'll fall asleep. We know the routine. Hey, Gary Putnam, member for 8 months. Awesome. From Florida. How's the weather there? It was super windy last night. We had gusts in the area up to almost 70 miles an hour. We had a small branch from a tree fall, but they have like freeways closed in the area. It's a mess. Police that mustache. I do need to do a little trimming. Hey, Steven. Leo the Human, member for 6 months. Thank you. And Derek, congrats on V0.2. Yes, V0.2, I helped a little bit, but there was a really good team of contributors and Nemgria and other folks that put a lot of work into that. So I think yesterday's stream was probably one of the best announcement streams we've done. It went off well. Everybody there did a great job. So I don't know, Ken. I hadn't heard. Everybody around me seems to be okay. Maurice, I did reprint the power inlet because I had forgotten to do the mesh thing. So it's just a filament change going through the instructions I showed in the first Tridex stream. 70-mile-per-hour winds is a light breeze. My other garage door, it's a 2-car garage door, was bowing inwards by like, it seemed like an inch. I was a little worried. I actually have a part for today printing on the V0 over there that Charlie's paying attention to. It'll only take a few minutes. Hey, Paul, greetings from Germany. Welcome. Hey, John. Hey, Sanity. So, good morning, Christopher. Good morning, Danny. Bill Brothers, hey. Hey, Andy. The Polymaker form the Polymaker form does not work. So thank you for the reminder. Let me post a link in chat. Let me post this and pin it, and then I will activate the form. Let's pin that message. Did I pin the right one? Brian Crooks, thank you for being a member. Seems like I fixed layer shift after a switch to tap. Awesome. So give me a second and I'll activate the form. Where is that? No, that's not what I wanted. The wrong button. Okay, it is activated. Oh, good. Charlie left on his own. Awesome. Okay, so it's activated. The pin. Polymaker has been gracious enough to offer to, like several other content creators out there, to offer a giveaway every stream. 1 roll of filament. There are some restrictions. You can't go and pick the PA12 nylon, but just about everything else in their catalog is available. It's on the form. So we will do the drawing at the 3-hour mark, and you must be here to win. Yeah. So let's see, we're getting responses. So I can stop worrying about that and we are good. Let me let Charlie out for the first time. And we'll start that game. Hey, Dinswall. Hey, Rushmere. Hi, Steve. I know you've had some rough weather there. How's the water storage situation with all the rain you've had? I noticed that last I checked, which was before the latest round of rain, Lake Oroville was up about 50 feet in just the last couple of weeks. So that's a good thing. So once again, Polymaker giveaway link is in the description and in the pinned post. So, any news on tap fire fixes? There are some folks that are working really hard on that. There is a thread in the tap channel where you're gonna get more up-to-date information than I have. So, form is okay. PF Dennis, thank you for gifting memberships. Welcome all the new members. Thank you. Okay, so let me get the printer up here. Let me get the printer up here and I can have something to point at. It's not all that heavy. So last stream we had flashed Clipper firmware and using CAN bus to toolhead 0, right? And I was intentionally going to do toolhead 1 off camera, and I did. So it is all flashed. Now we ran into a problem last time where when I had my PT100 heated bed plugged in, the Max 31865 or whatever that module is, the step stick module. I use a step stick adapter. It's a little adapter that plugs in where a stepper driver would go and uses the SPI bus to communicate with that temperature sensor, the thermocouple module. That wasn't working. And it turns out it wasn't my fault. The pinout diagram that we were going off of had a typo. It had the Mossy and the Miso pins reversed. So I posted a little update in the community tab on my page. But just to reiterate, it was just as simple as switching those two pins in the config, and it suddenly started working. And it is kind of surprising that I found that so quick, because I found it out within like a few minutes of stream ending. I went out and there was there's an extra jumper on the board that isn't documented, and I was looking at the schematic wondering what that jumper was for, and I happened to see some of the Miso and Mossy, the SPI bus pins listed there, so I figured I'd go off back to the MCU portion of the schematic and see what they were there, and it became evident that they were backwards. So, very happy. Hey, Big McNichol, do you remember the big flood in '97? I do remember it, and that's actually when I started working for the agency I work for right now, was in '97, right after those floods. So, yeah, and I worked for the Department of Water Resources, and we're heavily involved in that kind of thing. I didn't get involved in '97, but yeah, I do remember the floods. Let's see. Got tap built yesterday, going to install it this week. Got the wrong 36mm pancake motor, so I have to take one out of the Ender 3. Ender print's slow enough for the 17mm motor. And that 17mm motor, as long as you run it, it takes a little bit more. There isn't as wide of a window that works well in that. So I still use it on one of my printers. I don't think it's on the V02 that's right there, but I think it's on the other one. Hey, Pushing Plastic. Hey, BBs. Hey, John. Hey, Ray. About to try updating my build to mainsail 0.7 to 1.0. It's quite a update there. Bertos, thanks for gifting membership. Hi, Palfest. Okay, so this is just sitting here right now. The bed that was just for the thumbnail picture. Hey, Wrestling, welcome. So taking an even further step back for anybody who might be new to the stream, this is a printer build based on with an IDEX toolhead setup by Eddie the engineer. The link to his channel is in the description. The lower part of the printer is based on the Trident, the Voron Trident, and the gantry is all a hybrid core or hybrid motion, hybrid, what do they call it? We'll figure that out. Where there are 4 NEMA 14 steppers on the controlling the gantry. 2 of them are for individual Y control, so there are individual end stops associated with that for so it can automatically derec, and then a stepper each for each tool head for the X direction. Hey Jack Black. Hey R3D. Hey Maker Source. Hey Steve and Marco and Golden Jaguar and Peacemaker. There is a GitHub, and let me pull that up. And the link is in the description for the GitHub. And this is hosted or maintained by Eddie. And this is the IDEX one. I meant to go to the Tridex one. That print is about 67% done. Hi Frank. Welcome. Hi, Colin. Time for another V0 board build. I already have a V0 and a V0.1. Part of me says upgrade. The other part is saying another would fit nicely in the gap on the desk. Hi, Steve. Great release yesterday. Thanks, Alexander. I kind of go back and forth on whether I upgrade some of my older V0s to the latest release or not. And I think I'm going to. I have one remaining V0.0 original release that I think I will be going to V0.2, but with the Bowden setup that was shown on stream. So, hybrid Core XY is the motion system. That's what I thought. It just sounded wrong when I started to say it. So thanks, Steve. I just built most of my Trident. Made me hate M3x6 button heads. Panzercadden, thanks for gifting memberships. And Danny, I just realized what your intro reminds me of. A show from when I was a kid. The host had a magic mirror and would say hi to everybody. Oh, that sounds familiar, but I can't remember what the name was. What was the name? Hi, Michael. You know, the stream is really all about doing a build, but also interacting with chat here. It's not intended for you to just watch me build something. If I'm not answering questions and we don't have a back and forth, if this isn't an interactive experience, then it's not as fun. Romper room, there we go. Derek, good morning, Steve. What would the estimate be to build this? Let me get back to you on that. Let me keep up on chat and let Charlie in. If you don't upgrade your V0s now, it'll be the first time you need to work on the tool heads. Oh yes, the first time I do need to work on it, I will want to, yeah. I see a Kirigami, is it worth upgrading? Yes. A fresh Trident build of mine turned on yesterday for the first time, awesome. Stop talking and just build stuff, thanks, Tony. Let me let Charlie in. Meow. Lord Goodface, thanks for becoming a member. So what if we were talking about what it would cost, what is the differential cost is I think what I would be looking at. You've got a couple of extra idler pulleys and the NEMA 14 steppers back here. These are all NEMA 14 steppers. So you need 4 NEMA 14 steppers and an entire tool head worth of stuff. Other than that, there's not a whole lot different, really, in terms of costs. So an entire tool head worth of stuff, 4 NEMA 14s, and I'm sure Eddie or someone will remind me of something else I missed. Nappin, how's the bed mounted on your Trident? This is the Mandela Roseworks kinematic mount setup. So. about 500-ish more than a Trident, give or take. Thanks, Eddie. Did I miss any major components though? When you do a conversion like this, if you change the frame size, which you should to get any reasonable print area, you're going to be looking at frame pieces and panels and that kind of stuff too. So can board stuff could be listed, but that, I kind of include that in. You need an entire tool head. However you're connecting it, you need 2 of whatever you're doing. Let me let Charlie out. Come on, Charlie. Come on. Okay. Do you want out? He was wanting out, and then he went and played in a box. Well, and whatever, I guess then whatever, whether it's CAN or a large, a more capable or more higher quantity stepper output controller board, you need that kind of stuff. You know, there's always stuff I forget. So I'm looking to get the rails for my Ender switchwire build. I see these Ivern Tech rails on Amazon. Would they be okay? I have no idea. Not used them. I've bought some stuff off Amazon. Most of it really needs cleaned, but I haven't bought enough of it to be able to tell you which ones to go for. As a designer of Trident, will you say I should go ahead and build mine with the Kinematic bed mounts? I know for the official releases you avoid stuff that isn't off the shelf. I do not think there is a actual real world. I can't say that there's an actual real world benefit. I take that back. I don't think there's not a real world benefit. I just can't say there is. Okay, so let's get started. So really today is going to be a lot about just buttoning up the rest of the system and seeing if it homes. I'm sure there's going to be some configuration involved there, and maybe hopefully getting to a point, maybe we can do a single color print. I mean, that might be a little ambitious. And then the idea would be to come back next week and really give a dedicated stream covered to calibrating it for 2 colors. Let me put my other computer on mute so you don't get the notifications. So, okay. I'm gonna put the bed away right now because that goes on last. Because it really, honestly, the biggest downfall I have about these mounts is the magnets are just not going to be strong enough to hold this in place when you move the printer around. So that bed has to go on last. And then it has to either be clamped in place or removed anytime we need to access anytime we need to turn the printer over. So, so that'll go on last. So I think what we can do, that is almost done. Start putting on skirts and mount the Z probe. I'm using a Euclid, mount the hardware for that, and just kind of get things in place. So, have you seen there's a new player in the game, the new upside down multi-material printer on Joel's Twinner? I have not seen. Oh, I saw something about that, but I didn't see it in detail. I saw like a headline, but I didn't see what it was. That's why you should. Oh, it just finished that print. That's why you should do the inverted electronics mod. Once it's built, I rarely turn them over. So, okay, so I have skirt pieces. I have more skirt pieces over here. More skirt pieces, old skirt pieces. I have some revised fan mounts, but I might not be able to use these because I forgot to print the right stuff for them. So we might swap those out next stream. Skirt pieces. touchscreen display. Guess I'll pull out the modem tube holders. Yeah, I think that's good. From that box. Kinematic beds. I got my Mellow SB2040 running in my Stealth Burner 2 days ago. I love it. Awesome. So last stream we went over kind of talking about the SB2040. Last stream we went over flashing Toolhead 0 with clipper on it using can boot. And the only thing that really tripped me up that I didn't quite realize when I was flashing, setting up the second tool head, is I didn't realize that once you have it configured into Clipper, the can ID, and Clipper is running, when you run that query command to query what can IDs are available out there, it no longer shows up. So when only one was showing up, it kind of tripped me up for a little bit until I realized, and with Polar Ted's help, until I realized that the one that I was seeing was the new tool head. And I figured that it was probably the old tool head. So just a little note, if you're setting that up, when those disappear, it's probably because Clipper has it, has control of it. Maurice, those fan skirt insert pieces need the insert too. I got you. I got you covered. I got you covered. Now, because of the way, so these are easy. They can print flat on the bed, filament swap to get the color change. The fan holders, if you try to do a filament swap here, then you're gonna have a full face here, or and the hexes are gonna be flush with the front. There are probably some ways you can do it. I think the best looking way to do it was I made a modification inside here, got rid of some fillets so it's a flat surface, and then I just printed inserts that'll fit nice and tight in here, and they are a tight fit, and they just glue in place. But it looks good when it's done. How much encouragement did you give the V0.2 design team to add the bottom panel? Yes. All the encouragement to add the bottom panel. Any thoughts on BTT cloning the SB2040? I wouldn't say it's a clone. I mean, there are other Stealth Burner toolhead boards that are smart, have additional either CAN or USB or whatever. I haven't looked. I've seen the feature list of the BTT one. It's very interesting. They didn't just take the exact same layout as everything else and run with it. So they are doing. I think it's a good job. I don't know if it works well, but it's intriguing. Let's put it that way. You make the tool changer mod? I don't. I don't know what tool changer mod. I don't have a tool changer either. One day I might. I'm powering up today on my Micron Plus, no magic smoke, awesome. Ensuring once Clipper claims that it disappears, yeah. And when you stop the Clipper service, it doesn't always show back up. So, hi Hypermix. Anyway, let's put some of this stuff out of the way. Turn it over. Oh, you know what? We have got... I'm terrible today. I did not set up all my lighting. Give me a second. I got a light up here that I need my Yuri ladder to turn on. I was wondering why everything was so dark. Hey, Martin. IDEX needs some Meow Burner CW2s. I saw that. That's clever. I like it. Hi, Extra Mile. Yuri mode engaged. Yes. Okay, so differences here. This is a mess. So this is my my tool head wiring, just looped, a giant service loop. So I can change it later. I'll clean that up later. But what I did do off camera is I adapted Kyle's Wago mount to two 3-conductor Wagos, so I can do power for the CAN boards off of this port on the U2C. So it's just a little, I think it's just this. So 2 3-pins, 24 volts and ground. And that cleans that up quite a bit and means I don't have to go two conductors into one terminal on these. I would do that within the same ferrule, but it's still not, this is a better solution. Someone needs to get a couple of on-off switches. There are lots of efficiencies I can improve in my shop here. One of them I did do is, I have dedicated Wi-Fi in here now. So I just set up a Unify Light 6 access point. So all of my printers now, instead of getting about 50% Wi-Fi signal, get 100%. That's still in progress, but the initial setup is done. A Trident frame finally arrived. I'm still missing a square to assemble it. Should come tomorrow. But I can pre-insert some heat sets. Absolutely. Yep. Upload a printable or GitHub. Can I upload to printable? What are we uploading? Oh, this piece? Yeah, I can throw that out on GitHub. So yeah, you only need one U2C board for the various pieces. It's also something to consider to terminate the last CAN board on the chain. I know on the EBB CAN board, there's a jumper, kind of the old token ring. Sorry, I'm slow. This appears to have a hardwired 120 ohm resistor. With this and one of the tool head boards, the jumper in place, I get 60 ohms. With this and the other tool head board with no jumper in place, I still get 60 ohms. I hear it's not a big problem in the length of wires we're talking about. It seems to be working so far. So I don't have the terminating resistor necessarily on each end of the chain, but I am getting the 60 ohms you're supposed to get. Hey, Poity. From Germany, the tool changer mod from 3D Unplugged, and we are currently being published step by step. Okay. If you want to send me a link to that, I'll check it out. Did you put a repeater for the rest of the house so you can print from anywhere? I can print from, I'm not sure, Ken, but this is step one in my network redesign. I already ordered all the stuff to just go Unify in my house. So I'll be ditching the Amplify Alien and going with the other setup. There's plenty of 3D models folders for Wago 221. Yeah. Okay, so I did that. So all the things, as far as I know, are hooked up. So I think we can just kind of start going through. I want to replace these, this panel because it doesn't have the mesh. And so we're going to pull this off, and I think I'm going to do it by undoing the Wagos instead of undoing the other terminals. So there we go. Where is that tool? Oh, sorry. Bump my head on the tripod. Got to start with layer 2 network design. I have the UDM Pro SE, loving it. Most of the Wi-Fi stuff in the house is out there. Okay, I think this is good, so we're gonna pull this. And then I think I can get a thin screwdriver in here. Pop the Can I send you the link for the tool changer here or privately? If you got me on Discord, send it there. That would be the easiest. Wow, those do not want to. This is a tight fit. There we go, partially. There we go. Okay, so that goes away. Then we need some heat sets for this one. Oops. Let's go. Nope. I guess this is best. I'm gonna let Charlie out. I switched to Unify about a year ago and so glad I did. Wi-Fi is more consistent throughout the house now. You know, the biggest thing I like about it is just the information I can get from the console. The Amplify Alien is I think the intent is to be user-friendly for the masses. And I just feel, I don't know that I need more information, but I like to have more information and more configurability. We still have a couple of token ring cards here. Heat sets. Let's go with these. And that's already there. Hi, Synapse. Has everybody started printing their V0.2 parts? Have they been published? They've been published to GitHub, right? Hey, Jason. If you're doing a proper smart home install, it's Unify for IP network and Clipcell CAN bus home bridge for automation network. Okay. Of course you need more information. Always fun to see what they can do. Yes. Oh, there. Heat sets. So this is a revision to the power inlet. Has a couple of heat sets here to put a piece that I made for what I call a shock blocker. It's still kind of testing and hasn't really been made available, but I figured I would install it here for more checking out, see how effective it seems to be. Where are my glasses? Where did my glasses go? See, Poity's gonna tell me it's bifocals time, but I still like to swap. Davis, thanks for becoming a member. Derek, howdy, building my first Trident and using your videos as a reference. Awesome, have fun with the build. Okay, let's see. Let's just do the inserts for all the skirts real quick so I don't have to keep going back and forth. Hey, Zarp. There's that one. We have the keystone jack inlet. I think I got a minor layer shift here. Either that or some weird slicing artifact. Got like a one line width layer shift. Huh, I'm gonna use it because I don't want to reprint it right now, but that's interesting. I did not notice that before. There, and okay, what do we got? Hi, Giuliano. Just got up, still fixing breakfast. Fire up the printers once done with that. Awesome. Will I be able to go straight to V0.2 with the LDO V0S1 kit? I think so. I think you're okay going straight to it. The fan, the big fan hardware change is in the kit already. It's just used as the exhaust fan. So you just swap those two. You use a 7mm for the exhaust and use a 10mm in the tool head. You might have to recrimp a terminal, but if you're comfortable with that, then you're good. And then the top hat stuff, you can do a printed top hat just fine and then install the other one later if you want. It'll be much easier to reprint those once the Tridex is up. That is very true. Amfly Alien Router looks good. I thought I haven't had, but it's been years. Time flies, yeah. Really looking forward to building my first Voron 2.4. Awesome, have fun. Shift on the axis you're not looking at anyway. Yes. Okay, that is done. This goes over here, and the new inlet is here, and Charlie wants in. So, let's see, this goes here. Let me just make sure I get this the way I want it to go. Hey, Pex Peppers. So that's in there. And Charlie looks like he's gonna come visit. I'd like to see how effective the mini SB cooling is for PLA. I have not done a lot of PLA printing on my V0s. I mean, really, almost all of my printing is ABS anyway. So I can't really, I think it's reasonable, but there he is. Okay. Is there a new 0.2 10mm fan 24 volt or still 5 volt? Or is it the part cooling fan that's 5 volt? You can do, now it's easier to find 24 volt 10mm fans. I think LDOs are both 5 volts in the kit though. I think so. Oh crap. I guess we're taking a second. Hey, Takuya. The new skirts look sharp, just cut myself. Oh no. Charlie wants out, Charlie wants in, Charlie wants on my shoulder. See, this is, he is fine now. He will sit here for an hour if I let him. My Trident build is with inverse electronics bay mod. You could try it. I'd like to see your additional modification for that as well. It is a cool mod. I have no complaints about it. It's probably very useful. I just haven't felt the need to do it. Is there a rework to the skirt fan mounts allowing the mesh? Barnyard, if you go back to the very first Tridex stream, like the 15-minute mark, I go through about a 12-minute tutorial on how to do this using the new step file import in Prusa Slicer. The ability to import step files. It just simplifies the process a little bit, I think. I'm wondering, do you leave your printers powered up even when idle and not printing? I do. I leave them on all the time. Charlie's like a cat that wants to be carried around all the time. Yes, he is a cat, parrot, dog, monkey. What's the magic the shock blockers should apply? I'll show you, Mr. K. Let me see if I can set Charlie down and no. There you go, kid. Okay, gonna have to get you a sling for Charlie streams. Did you print construct something for Charlie? No. Did the skirt thing for my V2X to Steve's guide, worked very well. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Okay, let's plug in all the AC wiring again. So that one goes, there we go. Tug, and here, a tug, and here, and a tug. Just got the notification you're live, been here 40 minutes. Yeah, YouTube could do some improvement on that stuff, right? Okay, center. Going to need some M3s and the center skirt. So let's see here, where are these going? Yeah, you can see well enough. That should be good. This is a 350 center skirt piece because the frame, remember, is a 350 by 250. The fan skirt part of the skirt's where it's the opposite way. Which would you put the mesh outside, not inside? I did it as two pieces so that the mesh matches. I feel like it matches better with the rest of these meshes. And I'll publish those files on my GitHub. Eddie is a big reason I went to these meshes. Wiley and Eddie and Kyle, or Hart K were all doing this and the various methods of doing it. So let's see, I've got this in the wrong spot. There we go. Is it best to start with a 250 or a 300 kit for a Tridex? Well, I guess it depends on what build volume you want. I already had a 250, so that dictated the way, and I had a 350 kit as well, frame. So that guided my direction. Are you or anyone else having issues with the SKR Pico requiring pressing the reset button for clippers to load? I haven't had much experience with the Pico. I have it on the LDO. The only printer I have one on is the LDO V0S1 kit that I built last month. I haven't used that printer enough to have experienced that problem. I have had a couple of cases, because it's not necessarily the Pico, it's the RP2040. I have had a couple of cases already on this where it doesn't come back up except for a full power cycle. I've noticed a lot of spacing between skirts. Yeah, they're modeled with a little bit of gap, and then ABS shrinkage creates a little bit more gap. But if you printed them in PLA, we don't want to make that no gap, and then they don't fit if you print them in PLA, because skirts and that kind of stuff are fine in other materials. So just even them up and it doesn't look bad. Just even up the spacing. Okay, now I have the Keystone Jack skirt. Hasn't the RP2040 been known hardware bug that USB is not coming up when reconnecting without cutting power or pressing the reset button? Yeah. That's a known thing. Okay, and I will even those up later. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to rewatch. Must have missed that part of all the other pieces done. Awesome. Now, I think I might just leave the side fan pieces off, because what I have is the older version of the, here, let me grab them. I have the older version here. Will these actually bolt on? Maybe I can. Yeah, I can bolt them on. Never mind. We'll do it. We'll do it. I remember going to my first gateway and had to order it. All for the network stuff. Okay, that means we can work on this. So I modeled this little insert, and what I did is I went in here and I just got rid of all the fillets, and I made a couple other small changes so that this piece gets modeled in, and it fits in around the hexes. Now it's a really tight fit. It needs to go in and then kind of get tweaked into there. But once it's in, it's in. So let's glue it. Go ahead and glue it. I am using Fusion 360. Almost exclusively, and I guess I should say exclusively. I don't use anything else really. Hi Steve, any chances I might get the remaining parts of your V0.1 golden frame? The problem is I don't have any remaining parts because I got remaining parts from someone else, from Heart K. Okay, let's get some glue. The two controller board fans need to be connected together before going to the octopus. So they should already be connected together on the LDO kit. I actually run mine separate and I control them separately. I leave the one closest to the Pi on all the time. And then on the other side, I put one going over the motor fans, and that's a controller fan for me. Your Fusion 360, are you using the hobby license? No, I have a startup license. Hey, Tracy. Long time no see. Welcome. Okay, so on here, I'm just going to go in and put just some tiny, tiny dots of super glue in here. Just in the various corners, basically. And just super, super sparse. And then let's see if I can do this without breaking it. I've done this on another printer already as a test. And it ends up being tight. But it looks really good. All right. Yeah, just get that in there, and friction is going to hold that in until that glue just makes sure it doesn't pop out. So. Doom paints, just popping in, ordered my Trident finally, and will end up doing it because of me. Awesome. Have fun. Does Clipper IDEX support mirror copy modes in addition to dual mode like Marlin? I don't think yet, Synapse. Is there an STL for that? No, because I made it, but I will publish this on my GitHub. I will publish this on my GitHub. And the intent is for me to put stuff on my GitHub. This is the intent. I know me, but to put stuff on my GitHub and clean it up and then try to get it out to the user mods folder, because so it gets published in the various mods aggregate sites or whatever they call it. Okay, so then the other one here and here, so we'll just do the same thing. Just all the corners. It doesn't need. There's enough friction there that it really doesn't need a lot to hold in place. That's good enough. The trick here, I think, is to, oops, the wrong way. To get this down into the corner here, and then tweak it. There we go. And just push that down in every corner. Do you guys prefer in terms of software? I'm an educator and have Fusion 360, but not sure if anything else is worth it. I'm just used to Fusion 360 and I'm fairly efficient in it for the workflows I do. How to search for those modified skirts? They're not anywhere yet. I just did this last week. So this is a new thing. That's a good point there, Colin. The software that you can get the most help on is probably the one I would start with. I sent you an email for the tool changer. Discord is not reading. So Discord has changed it to where by default I have to accept a message sent, and I think anybody does. So if you send one, it'll show up. I just have to accept it. Now, unless someone can give me an actual function for friend requests in Discord, the reason why I should accept them, I don't accept them. I ignore friend requests because I save that for my, not friends. I mean, I don't want to say that, but I limit that list. So if you send me a friend request and I don't show up on your thing, it's nothing against anything. It's just I don't think there's a function that is a benefit to that actually happening, to that actually being set up. There are reasons if you're doing invited to group, small group channels, stuff like that. But if you have an actual need for sending me a friend request and I need to be a friend, send me a DM also saying why I need to do the friend thing. Oops, wrong glasses. I was swapping them by habit. My 6020 fans were not connected on the LDO kit, but like the idea of running the fan closest to the pipe constantly. Extra mile, if depending on the revision of the kit, it may have included a little breakout board that's just a little splitter board that's intended to bolt to probably a custom part in LDO's print guide that has probably a spot for that little board to go, and then the fans plug into that, and then there's one wire going back to your controller. What was that? Okay. Okay, now we can go on to this. So there we go. That one's right. I'm having a hard time with Fusion. I work with Mastercam at work and the workflow is just so different. And that's one thing. I didn't have much experience in other CAD packages before starting to use Fusion 360, so I didn't have to deal with that, but I can see that. I hear that from a lot of people trying to adapt your workflow. Well, Steve, Fusion 360 question, is it possible to animate components fitting together and then export the animation to PowerPoint? I'm not sure. Kyle Lisa, I don't remember how to spell that or whatever, for the V0.2 release. Since you have to run CAN bus on Tridex, do you have to do 2 U2C, or how are you running the separate CAN hats? You have one U2C. You can. This is a CAN bus. There are IDs on there that identify the different controllers. That CAN ID, which means you only need one adapter. And I don't know if that's one adapter up to a certain number of controllers, some bandwidth limit or something like that. But in this scenario, I only have one CAN adapter. It blipped. What blipped? Are we back? Let's see. It says no data. Back now? Okay. Oh, it's having trouble. So it might come and go. I don't know what is going on from the storm. So I saw last night that electric cars use CAN bus for their chargers. Makes me really wonder what else uses it. So cars since right around 2004-ish use, and there's Kyle that I was talking about with the animations. But right around 2004, CAN is used all over the place in cars for its controller area network. You have various controllers in your car doing various functions, and they need to communicate with each other. And that's what they use. It's CAN protocol or whatever. From where I can get those nice mesh for the skirts. So I will publish the fan one, but I have a tutorial for the rest of them. Someone else streaming in your home? Probably not. We're back to excellent, so. Car area network? Okay. Okay, I guess let's get this set up, which is kind of a pain in the neck. The new setup is better. This is this one. So let me grab the other one. Charlie has a secret stream going. When will you post the tutorials and where? I already did a tutorial. Now I know it's part of a stream, but the very first Tridex stream I did, go in about 10 or, well, in the comments, there's a link. Someone did a comment with a timestamped link to the tutorial. So Tridex build part 1, there's a comment there's a link in the comments. Someone posted a link to where I started that tutorial. Okay, grab the same one that we're doing here and transfer over the fan guards. It's at about 15 minutes. My machine is not on Wi-Fi. I have it hardwired. This laptop I have hardwired. Are we getting more issues? Give me a second. I will see if anybody else is hogging up my bandwidth. So enjoy some Dancing Max we haven't seen in a while. I think it's likely weather-related stuff. So this is going to probably come and go. There is a lot of down trees in the area, a lot of water. So just want to make sure nobody was doing anything major in the house. Okay, we're going to set up both of these. So we're actually going to move this. And do this. I've sent you the link to the Discord for the Tridex stream. I'm not allowed to post links here. Stay safe. Don't need to lose you. No, we're all good. Although that wind last night was nuts. So this is an old, this is actually started as my mod to a to the V2. These bolted on grill adapters. The version that we included in 2.4 R2 is much better. Oh shoot, they won't work. Actually, we can make them work. We can make them work. So this version has some little shoulders here that are no longer accounted for in the printed part. If you notice, the holes are much bigger on this piece. So I think what we're just gonna do is take our flush cutting pliers and just cut those off. It's a long layer line, so it's nice and clean. That will work. Okay. Yep. Yep, exactly, Robo-Rogue. Let's see here. We can make them work. Exactly. I've just got some washers and stuff to keep things together. The new setup is so much nicer, but this will be fine. Oops. Hey, one, welcome. All right, one done. I'll have to do the same thing with the pieces here. And this one, I could just throw some heat sets in the fan. I might do that. Throw some heat sets in the fan, then I don't have to worry about these nuts. Still have to cut the shoulders off of these though. And I've got quite the dusty, dirty fan. To knock some of that dust off. Start fresh. What is the model of rare Pi camera you are using for printers in the field of view? I don't remember the model name. It's the HV, it's the WaveShare one. And the one I use most commonly has too narrow of a field of view to work well for Trident, but it works okay. Works great for V2. Okay, just a little bit of dusting that off. Someone will mention in the comments what model I'm using. It's HV 58 something. V2 doesn't seem to want to play this morning. 3 probes into QGL and it throws an error. Uh-oh. Paintbrush and a vacuum cleaner works best for fans. Yeah, that's fine. OV, yeah, OV, that's it. 50, something like that. I can't confirm that's the model I use, but it's something like that. Okay, heat sets into here. usually needs a little hotter temperature than into ABS. So I'm turning my iron up just a little bit. There's one. And the two. Bad news, the cam you prefer is no longer made. Well, that is bad news. Ow. I touched the other heat set. Okay, there's that. Have you played with mesh for the fan covers to stop inquisitive fingers, or would you limit flow? I think it would limit flow and cause noise. As it is, I mean, you can get fingers in here for sure. As it is, these can cause some noise too. I don't really notice it, and I like the look, so. They do away with the 24 volt to 5 volt buck in V0.2. I don't know. That's a good question, Kelvin. I'll cut all these off. And we can get it on here. I like that. And what was I doing here? I think something like that. Oops, backwards. There we go. Like that. What hot end do you have in the V0.2 on the live stream yesterday? That was a Revo Voron with a 0.4 nozzle. Yeah, I think what setup you have for electronics in V0.2 is going to dictate whether you need. I actually, now that I think about it, I don't think a buck converter is specified because the quote unquote spec controller is the Pico and it has power out for the Pi. So I am glitching again. Okay, so that's one side done. So that looks really good. I like it. I think I'm using two different silvers though. I have a couple of silvers and I have a hard time remembering which one I use for what build. So I think those might be two different silvers. Okay, that is old. So this can go, and this one. Might as well get both of these out of the way while we're here. Hey, Golden Jaguar, welcome back. Yeah, I'm going from excellent connection to a little glitchy, and I gotta imagine that it's just the area. Would you go Revo Voron over a Dragon? I have a Dragon V0.1, not sure whether to stay the same or go for something different. If it's working for you now, I would stay the same. Actually, don't need the washers on here. No data. OBS, oh, OBS is doing some weird reconnects. What in the world? I've never had OBS come up and tell me it reconnected. Okay. I think I'm gonna do a rapid right now it says excellent connection again. I'm basically just knocking dust off. Look at this. Whew, nasty. Yeah, good enough. Doc started his OBS issues. It's Doc's fault then, right? Are you using mesh from the AP to the amplify? That's known to be buggy. I am not. I am not. I have the other, now the new access point, the Unify access point is not, I'm not connecting with that. Oops. I'm not actually, the only things connected to that are my printers right now. The only thing connected to the new setup are my printers. And that's only some of them. So, okay, that's good. Let's get the fan off. What do we got? First stream and planning to do that long. I'm thinking of being really stupid, doing a build live, first time ever, on a 15 to 23 hour run. Ooh, what are you gonna build? What are you gonna build? So my longest, I don't remember exactly, I could probably look it up. I don't remember exactly how long the V0.1 LDO kit build I did in a Discord stream was over 10 hours. I don't remember by how much. The next longest was a Switchwire build, which was 9 hours and 46 minutes. V-Core 400, oh, awesome. So start to finish, without interacting with chat, it took me about 22 hours to build a V2.4 350 with some mods. Okay, heat sets. Is that because Nero was saying until you outdo its 10 hours last night, you can't talk? I commented in there. I did think that my Switchwire build was more than 10 hours, and it was just under. But my V0 build wasn't on YouTube, it was in Discord chat, was over 10 hours. That was my first foray into building and streaming in front of people and interacting, and I tried to do a combination of that when I started the Trident build over a year ago, and that didn't go well, and that's where we're at now. It's a YouTube only. Okay, that's heated up, so let's get heat sets in. I don't know, but looking, I've done quite a number of 7-hour streams. I've done more than my share of 7-hour streams. And then typically, it seems typically they're 4 to 5 hours. I did add up, and I don't remember what the number was, but I did add up the number of hours I streamed in 1 year of streaming. From September 1st, 2021 to that time, that area, 2022, and it was a pretty big number. JP Gray, what happened to the Trident? It was lost in the mail. It's in my other garage in pieces. I haven't gotten back to it yet. Bill Brothers plus standing for that long. Now I've found shoes that so far are not standing here hasn't been an impact. These are awesome shoes. They're just like Nike running shoes that have a really cushy sole. And my limiting factor doesn't seem to be my feet. Occasionally it's my back, but for the most part, I don't have problems standing for extended periods of time when I'm in these shoes. I need to find another pair. So, do you have a cushion mat? No, like I said, I think you said that before I commented. These shoes that I have work really well for that. If I didn't have these shoes, I'd probably do a cushion mat, but I don't like cushion mats because I have a chair, a bar height stool chair here that I like to roll around and use when I need to. So I'm at the point where I only wear these shoes when I'm streaming. Okay, so this goes here. That's gonna go something like that. That means that's gonna go right like that. You have a project whiteboard type list? I do not. I have a very scattered brain that keeps all my projects in it. I should have a list. It would be helpful, probably. Kyle, what do you do for a living, Steve? I manage a IT service and support group for the state of California. Two exhaust fans, yep. And I tend to run these, both of them are intake on either side of the printer, and it just kind of agitates the air in there, blows air across things, and then it ends up exhausting through whatever openings in the skirts, which there are plenty. I just sit my happy rear on the floor of my spare bedroom and end up not being able to move the next morning. When we find something like those shoes, it's time to start buying a stock. Yes, and I'm too late. These are several years old. So it'll just be a matter of trying their replacements and seeing if they work. It's exclusive deal to promote the Air Charlie line of Nike shoes. Okay, so these are done and ready to go on the printer. So that was a little detour, but those look really good. And they will match pretty well with that. Do you have an advantage though, a combination of engineering support and maintenance work? I have no plans right now, Golden Jaguar. I have popped on your stream though a few times and you seem to be having fun with that build. I haven't made the other ones though. I get caught in the same issues of YouTube notifications are pretty terrible. And usually it's a time when I'm not around. Okay, so this one goes here. Bill Brothers, thanks for the gifted memberships. Actually, I stand for most of the day and I have some really inexpensive inserts that helped a lot. Awesome. Okay, so couple of M5. button heads for the skirt. And I may have my, this might be fun. There we go. Oop, you can't really see that. The mesh would look great over the open blade area, but it would restrict flow too much, I think, and cause noise. I love my high stack Olympus 5s by Ultra. I've wore some Ultras as running shoes. They were okay. They don't quite fit my wide, super wide feet. Okay, you can't see that, but that one's on. So let's get the bottom ones on. This isn't gonna be big printer. I gotta hang this over the edge. Maybe we can just do that. So this is gonna go, oops, right here. Turn it around a dozen times. And it does not have T-slot nuts in there. I have to buy 4E running shoes. Well, in my regular shoes. So yeah, wide feet. And then even then, not just buying a 4E running shoe isn't always enough. I need to buy shoes that have a lot of volume. You ever get your LTT screwdriver? I did. I did get it. I like it. It's not going to end up being my everyday screwdriver in here. I'm probably going to leave it in the other garage. But I did get it. And it's very nice. Shoe companies seem to think we all need pointy Italian shoes. Yeah, cycling shoes are my big problem, is finding something that I can stay comfortable on a bike, which I have not been successful in yet. I have something close in some Lake. Lake makes some nice cycling shoes. I think this needs to go further off. Okay. I'll have to figure out where I'm going to plug these fans in. I'm probably going to have to extend this wire to get to something, but I'm not worried about the fan. We'll get those going later. I am buffering probably, yeah. Buffering again. Let's give it a second. I don't know if you can hear me. I see the low frame rate there. Yep. I don't know what I can change on that. I don't know what I can change on that. MTB shoes are okay. It's road cycling where I also struggle with the boat feet. Yeah, you're right, Barnyard. I have a much easier time, and part of that is you're up and moving when you're mountain biking. You're changing position. When you're on a road bike, you're pretty much in your whatever position for extended periods of time, and you don't move around as much. Use the LDO fan splitter PCB so you control both with one pin. I want to control them separately. There's something going on that I'm not familiar with, but hopefully when I clean everything up, maybe that'll stabilize it. But you're right, it's probably weather related. Okay, I have no T-nuts in the in the front, so I'm gonna need, I think, 6. Let's go right there, maybe. You roadies. So I absolutely despise most road cyclists I run into on the pathways. I'm a solo rider. I think there is a very definite number of road cyclists that are just absolute pricks, so I stay away from them. I just ride with my friends. Mountain bike riders, on the other hand, tend to be way more chill. Let's... Granny, thanks for becoming a member. There we go. Physic has some good wide cycling shoes. I've tried them. Not wide enough. I've tried, what's the other really expensive brand? Lake are the closest. And I've got them with those string, whatever the string tying or lace system is, so I can really loosen them up. Yeah. Oop, lost that one. Boa, that's it. There, okay. Now, here, but I want to see if I got my inserts. My inserts should be on the old skirts. 1 and 2. See if I can get these out without breaking them. I'm gonna print some shoes. City, that's the one, Brian. City is the one I was trying to think of. Tried those. They have a wide version. Not wide enough. Hey, Ricky B. Find the same thing with runners. Those on paved paths are competitive and rude. Unpaved trails is another story. There is definitely, I was on the a local race team for road running, and there's definitely a difference between the people who are doing it semi-casually versus those that are being competitive with it. We may just have a really chill group here, but I did not see the same difference in road versus trail running as I did in road versus mountain biking. There we go. That one in. Let's get this one out. Rando, no problem. I'm having fun. So as long as I'm having fun, we'll keep doing it. I'll stay quiet as a road runner and biker. If you are a chill road runner and biker, then you will know what I'm talking about. I'll just say that. If you are of similar mindsets to me, then you'll know what I'm talking about. If you're not, then sorry, I don't mean to offend. My experience is road bikers around here are generally, at least the ones I've run across on the American River Parkway Trail, they think that trail is there for their own speed trial runs. They don't slow down for kids. It's absolutely ridiculous. They don't notify you when they're coming up on your left. It's like you get in the way of their Strava segment run, or you better not get in the way of their Strava king of the mile or whatever attempt. Ooh, wrong screw. Mate. Hey, Christian. I got yelled at for drafting and slowing him down. Okay, this is going well. Oops. Knock that one out of place. Understand how road bikers are allowed to do a lot of the stuff they do. There we go. There. Same here in Germany, they don't know what a red light is. He's unfriendly, aggressive as hell. Yeah. I just want to go out there and get my exercise. And if I'm with friends, I want to be able to go at a pace where we can still chat. Your wife is at, oh, that is a good reminder, Sean. I should have, I am delinquent in setting up the Charlie cam because he is in position. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out. Let me see, I need to rearrange the chairs here because I use the chair as the camera stand. He is very much right there. There we go. What is it you put on the skirts? And is it for dust prevention? Sorry, but I've missed a few streams. It is for appearance, and it's for keeping fingers out of the electronics bay. That kind of thing. Okay, last thing, the screen, which is really dusty dirty. I'll try to remedy that a little bit. I don't know what I have on it. There's something there in the corner. As a driver, my approach is always to assume the bikers are decent and give them space. Yep, absolutely. I am as considerate as I can possibly be of both bikers and riders, and drivers when I'm on the road on a bike. Hi, Steve, what did you use? What did I use for what? Looking through GitHub for your skirts. Any tips to find it? They're not out there yet. Oh, what, are you talking about the mesh skirts? So let's see, are you talking about the mesh skirts or are we talking about something else? Will I be doing a V0.2 build stream? Absolutely. I don't know when, because likely what I'm gonna do, since I already have two V0.2s that are already built, I will probably wait for LDO to have their top hat, extruded top hat kit and stuff, and do the conversion for the one that I just built, the V0S1, is my plan. Okay. The mesh skirt. So Jarrett, there is a, if you go to part 1 of this build series, the Tridex build part 1. About 15 minutes into there, I did a tutorial on how to do the mesh and the skirts. Now for the sides, for the fan holders, I'm gonna publish those on my GitHub. I just haven't done it yet. I just did those last week, and this is only the second set I've installed it on. Does this go that way or that way? Is it blue out or in? Blue out, okay. You do slow TV and stream printing the parts in Charlie Cam. Okay, that is the skirts. I missed the heat sets here. So since for some reason I left my iron on, I'll put them in right now. My high school driver's ed teacher told us truck, car, bike, and to never challenge above your tier because you'll always lose. Yeah, and there's a similar tier in when you're on a bike and horses and pedestrians and bike, right? So the expectation for the cyclist to defer to all of those, and I do. Okay, all of the heat sets are in. Okay, I'll turn that off. Nope. Throwing stuff around. My school driver, yep. Okay, are we good to power this thing on? I think so. I think so. Can we have a look at the side with the fan and the fancy skirts for a second? Yes, I'm gonna turn it on its feet and we'll get a good look at this for the first time with the skirts all in place. There we go. See if we can get a little more light there. I like it. So let's turn this to the side. There we go. What do you think? You don't know when step file support is expected in Super Slicer. I have no idea. What gets me is when they have a bike lane and ride the line on the traffic side. Yeah. Have you wired in the mains wires? Yep. Oh, that's what I forgot. I forgot to put the shock blocker on. Shock blocker. Let's put that on. This is going to go right here, and the intent is that this contact right here, if you're reaching around and you happen to complete a circuit and touch here, it's not a great idea. So this is just supposed to go right here and keeps you from being able to casually touch that. You have to stick your finger in somewhere intentionally in order to hit it. Whether that's enough protection or not, that's kind of a question, a good question. But it just keeps you from reaching around and accidentally hitting that stuff. I'm not gonna plug in the fans yet, because this one isn't gonna reach for one. I guess I can plug that, never mind, I'll plug one in. Let's figure out where we're gonna plug it in. We'll plug this one in, so at least we have something running in there. It's an instant hair straightener. That's what I need for my beard. Keep my beard straight. After it's been so hard for me to square my frame, I always start sweating when you set it down. Okay, let's figure out, let's go here. What is going to be our pinout? So if we go to, let's go to, I know the Mellow Fly Super 8 pinout, and if we go to their GitHub, here we are. Go to their GitHub and hardware, and then pins.svg. That brings up this. Can I easily view this anywhere? Can I view this in the browser? Oh, there we go. Okay. So if we look here, we have fans down here. And what fan do I have? What module do I have plugged in? I have one of these fan modules plugged in. Fan 9. Where do these? I guess I'll plug it into fan 8 right here. And that is, what is that? I'm gonna go fan 8. And let's see if we can figure out what voltage setting that is. Is there anything here in the pins? Okay, that's correct. See ya, Hyper. Thanks for being here. The shroud is a good idea, but always use a filtered power inlet with a separate switch. Yeah, the filtered inlet is very nice, very good to use. This is just for this style. Someone gifted me a membership a couple of weeks ago and I missed it. Thank you very much. Awesome. Stepper connectors make a song. What? Okay, let me see if I can find, where is the documentation for these, the voltage setting for the fan. Fortunately, it's a 24 volt fan I'm plugging in, so worst case is it's not gonna work. But there was some documentation. Is there anything over here? There is some. I know Polartet has been working on documentation for the Fly Super 8. So let's see if it's in here. And do we have anything about the voltage for the fans? What jumpers to use? I think we had set those before, and I think I already set them to 24. I just don't remember where we got the documentation. So we're just going to see if it works, because it's not going to fail. It's not going to fail, so we'll just leave it. The filtered in is also $20, and I had one go bust on me recently. Fuse holder wouldn't go in after the fan popped. Fuse popped. Ooh. My Trident sometimes plays the theme of the Mandalorian. Okay, let's turn this back up and let's power it on. Let's power it on and see what happens. Power cord here. Is there a significant improvement between the Bondtech BMG gears and the Triangle Lab clone? I have the clone on my E3 and I'm debating stealing it for the Trident build. Of the clones, the Triangle Labs tend to be nice. The Triangle Lab or the Runis are the better of the clones. The consistent, or should be consistent, recommendation would be Bondtechs. But in general, the Triangle Lab or Runis or whatever have been nice. Okay. Let's get this back here so we can see the screen, because it should come on, because it was all set up before. 2. Oh, there we go. Took a little bit. We have a screen. I have discovered that all of the Canadian 3D printer streamers are very welcoming and enjoyable to watch. Yeah, so Nero and DeWitt, and I don't know who else streams from Canada in the 3D printer space. Those are the two that I'm most familiar with. Sorry, Steve, I know you've mentioned it previously, but what's on the back of the skirts on this and V0.2 next to you? Just slicing the skirts from my V0.2. So the same method I used for this that I described in part 1 of the Tridex build can be used for the V0 skirts. So I described it in part 1 about 15 minutes in, but someone made a comment on that video that has a link directly to it. Maker Source, that's right, I've watched a few of his streams too. Now print the first part of that dragster. I saw your message, Scott. I haven't looked at it yet. I was prepping for this. Okay. We have Clipper has shut down. MCU, oh, thermocouple. So the bed's not on. So I'm getting the thermocouple there. So let's go ahead and plug that in. Let's shut this down. Menu, oops, system, shut down, host. Let's shut it down. Eddie also has a skirt mod video. Yep. So the big difference between Eddie's method and mine is I'm using just a newer feature that's recently supported in Prusa Slicer. Eddie's is going to be more universal for different slicers and stuff. Mine is just very specific to Prusa Slicer and the ability to import step files. The Voron Discord community has been awesome, especially the garage sale channel. That's how I got my Pi 4, and the guy that sold it to me gave me a ton of advice for when I build my 2.4. Awesome. Canadian Maple Leaf Maker. Now, I didn't mention Canadian Maple Leaf Makers. I thought they only did videos. I didn't know if they did live streaming, because the question was live streaming. I really like the enlarged mini stealth burner video the Canadian Maple Leaf Maker just released. That was awesome. What CAN bus board do you use for this build, and what's the difference between the EB42 and the Mellow SB2040? The EBB42 is a square CAN board that's intended to go on the back of an NEMA 17, right? And the Mellow SB2040 is in the stealth burner toolhead board format. It's all a matter of fitment. Okay, so I turned it off. Now let's grab the bed. And plug that in, and then I'm going to take, if I have it, yep, I have this clamp here that is just enough to just kind of right over this, go one click, I think, and that should keep it, if I forget, it might keep it from falling off. Okay, now we're gonna turn it on. Turn it back on. Parts Mega Mini SB parts also were nice in yesterday's stream. Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone was printing those based on the other, but I'm not sure. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Is CW2 the only exterior you can use with the split stealth burner PCB? It's the only one that I know will work, Zombie. I don't know. Someone else in here will probably be able to say what other ones work. Maybe one of the LGXs will work. Maybe there's a setup that you can use it with the Mini. I would think the LGX Lite, maybe. Hey, check it out. What's up? Search for Eddie skirts, but didn't find what I expected. Go to the link in the description to Eddie's channel, and it's the most recent video. That'll get you there. I don't like bottom Z homing. Where will I store my crap now? I like bottom Z homing. What's wrong with the screen? These screens, some of them, I noticed once they warm up, those lines go away. But when they're cold, those lines are there. Hey, Lester. Welcome. So, we have a functional printer setup. Clipper is happy. Check this out. Let me bring it up. BT orange. Oops, wrong one. Nope, completely wrong one. Check it out. We have a happy clipper install. Temperatures come up, no errors. Regular LGX does not work with the 2-piece stealth burner board. Pins are interfering with the exterior. Yeah, I can imagine the regular LGX is kind of chunky for that, but the light probably does. Watch out for the glasses. Can you review the can wiring on top? Yeah. Yeah. No sheathing yet. I decided to try this stuff and see how it works. This is 4mm sheathing. It's probably a little small. But I'm running at least a trial solution here with the umbilical wiring coming around to the back of the printer, and then it loops around here and goes down the center extrusion. And then the other tool head here just does the opposite route. Comes around here, loops down here, and then goes down to the, there. We are buffering again. Sorry, the stream is using CAN bus. So this is my trial solution for the umbilical routing. We'll see what it actually looks like and feels like when the panels are on, but we'll see. I can always tweak it. I left a lot of extra wire just in case. So we'll just kind of chat here for a second until at least the YouTube says my stream is back. Because it says it's having trouble. So we should be coming back. This is, how are we? How's the video? Can you hear me? Can you hear me fine? And how's the video? Because right now YouTube says it's not happy. You're in and out, still mostly in. Okay. So I have the occasional hiccup, but in general, I think my video has been pretty steady. There's two things. I made changes on my network yesterday, but also weather has been a huge impact. So I'm not gonna spend a lot of time worrying about it. Is just in case a good case mod? Okay. So we confirmed, I think we confirmed all of our, here, let's go to the config and do there's the camera, there's the tool heads. We only have one stealth burner LED working, so we'll figure that out. But if we wanted to check things like, let's just do end stops. Let's just start some of our basic, I have not set any quality of service priorities. Let's just do some basic first printer startups things that we can do. We still need to install the Z probe though. But if I query the end stops and the end stop on the dual carriage is triggered, if I just hit it with my finger here and query again, it's open, which means that one's inverted. So I need to go in and change the state, the inversion state or whatever of the second carriage end stop. So that's something to note. Probably the same on X end stop. That guy is back here. So let's query that one and those should flip. Yep. So I need to invert those. The Y end stops, let's trigger one. And that is triggered. And then the other one, so that should flip, and that one's triggered. And then the probe, which where is my, I think this is it. The Z probe, so, or the end stop Z, so that should come up, so that's triggered, so that's good. So let's fix those X end stops. So let's go to the machine and go to printer config, and down here to the end stop pin, this should be not, so it's inverted right now, not inverted. And dual carriage end stop pin, same thing. And then save and restart. Okay, let's see if it comes back up. See if we get the 2040 problem of it not reconnecting. Why and Y1 flipped? I'm not sure yet, Maurice. What has to be set up for this hybrid Core XY setup, we're gonna go through that and try to troubleshoot which, where things are and if things move properly. And we might have to change stepper locations. We might have to change direction values. The printer is not coming up, which means I need to power cycle it. I don't think there's a reset button on these. I'm not sure if there is. There's a boot button, but not a reset. So let's just power cycle it. There is a tweak that Polar Ted was telling me about. I don't know, are you here? Should I try that? Should I try that little can setting tweak and see if a live test here? Hey, Bruno. I'll do a power cycle. Bring it back up. I did not. Should I try that? I didn't know if I wanted to try that in a live setting, but we can. Looks like one of your boards is active, but the other one isn't. But how did you tell that in the machine there, in the interface? The left Y end stop is Y, and the right Y end stop is Y1. Is that true, Eddie? Because when you and I were talking, I thought we saw that as backwards of that. Okay, we are back up and running. We should have everything working. I loaded the CAN 0 on my V0.1 last night. It didn't break it. So there's a little configuration change that Polar Ted was playing with. We're going to take a little detour and change that. It may be flipped, Eddie. We'll see. Okay. Let's take a little detour and make a change to our CAN 0 file. And where is that? Is that in CD/, oops, not CD/, it's SSH. We gotta go here. Let's log in. And why are we, oh, there we go. It was just slow. This is one printer that's still on my old network. And where is it in, is it config? Where was that file? We can find it. If I go here to the Fly Super, or the CAN board, SB2040, clipper configuration, clipper host. So these steps here, oh, Etsy network interfaces. This is where we want to go. And we can just copy this whole command here. So we're gonna edit that file. Oops. So we're gonna edit this file. And then let me get the notes from Mr. Polar Ted. And this, instead of, so let's go back here. Instead of auto, I think the only change is we go allow hot plug can 0. And I think that's the only change here, right? How did you mount those Wagos? With a little DIN rail mount that I edited from Kyle's parts. Okay, so let's output that and then exit and then sudo reboot. I'll reboot the thing. Just finished configuring a Cartesian IDEX yesterday. Rat Rig VCast, it can be a little tricky. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We are going to all learn on this. And this is the first time I've set it up too. We're waiting for the thing to reboot. What else do I have? Did I miss anything? Why is this thing not rebooting? The thing's on? There's no display. Nope, it's not. Why is it taking so long to reboot? What did I do? Did I screw it up? I'm a little concerned. Let's do a power cycle here. Okay, power it on. Let's at least look at this. So, getting stuff on the screen. There's no way that broke it. You're sweating a little bit though, right? Wonder if the Orange OS doesn't support hot plug. There we go. And unable to get printer info from Moonraker. Oh, there we go. Okay, just took a minute. So let's go back here, try again. So we're up and running. We'll find out if that corrects the reset issue on those 2040s or not. But we'll just move on. It looks like things are up. We're getting temperatures. Clipper is happy. Let's real quickly find out why I'm not getting a LED on the second stealth burner. So we're gonna scroll through our settings and figure out where the NeoPixel pins are for that. I imagine they're further down in the config. Might move them into the extruder sections, but that'll be a later thing. So where is the 1? NeoPixel tool 0. So NeoPixel tool 1 is commented out. So that is why. So let's just highlight all of this and Control / to uncomment it. And then I never changed this. So this is gonna be the same GPIO as tool 0. So we'll go GPIO 12 here. GPIO 12. And that should fix the stealth burner issue. So let's save and restart and see what happens. Oops, actually, here. Let's go back here and just go here. How do you mount those Wagos? Could we have a close-up? Next time I turn it over, we can, but it's the same DIN rail mounts that we use for the controllers. Is there somewhere that shows those keyboard shortcuts? I'm not sure. Hey, Thorgrum. This is not coming back up. We just try a firmware restart. That didn't seem to work. The CAN configuration change didn't seem to fix it. That is kind of irritating. We're gonna do a power cycle every time we make a config change. Hot plug doesn't seem to help. You tried, yep. That was worth a try. But this is a normal. Okay. Is it on a timer? I'm not sure. That beep is a whole lot less than it was. That beep is a whole lot quieter. I put tape over it. Did you swap the cable covers off stream or stick with the tight ones? I stuck with the tight ones for now. We'll see how it works. It does give some, it seems to give some support. Hey, there it is. The LEDs work. It'll come up here in a second. There we go, LEDs on both. Okay, let's do some stepper buzzing and see what moves where, okay? Maybe we can... I was having problems with this camera before. It didn't update here. Now you only must start clipper in the mainsail corner. The blue field don't work. Why don't the blue field work? That sounds like a problem. And why isn't this coming back up? I just restarted. Why is this? Oh, okay, it just took a while. Okay, let's go. From what I understand, the reset issue is something with the RP2040 CPUs. It's very annoying. We go to documentation and config checks. And we're gonna do, I'm really concerned mostly about the things moving correctly. So homing and moving correctly right now. I'm not too concerned about heating it up and stuff. That'll be next. So right now, let's see if we can get that view. Maybe right here we can. Clipper takes a lot longer when it has to sync to CAN bus. Okay. So let's just do stepper X first. Oops. So we're gonna stepper buzz stepper X and see what happens, which one moves. Okay, so stepper X, this should be stepper X, so that's correct, right, Eddie? This is the one that's moving, and you can see that. Will you check the end stops? Oh, yeah. We changed it. I guess here. We changed it, but the X end stops, now they're showing open where they were showing triggered before. I'm gonna trigger the X, and it's triggered, and then trigger dual carriage, and it's triggered. So those are working, so that's awesome. So let's go back here. Now, first movement was in the X minimum direction. So that should be inverted, right? So I need to go in and invert the direction on stepper X. Now we're gonna say, what was the name of this? Dual extruder? It was just dual extruder, right? Stepper dual extruder. So now, if we do dual extruder, nope, that's not it. What was the name of that? We can get it here. Dual carriage. Sorry, it's dual carriage. Dual carriage. So now this one, that is an interesting motion. It is a very jerky motion. Why is it very jerky? Something is not moving right. Something is not able to move right, or, I mean, it's smooth. Christian, I will show you how I mounted those Wagos, but it's on the bottom of the printer. So I told you I'd do it when we flip the printer over again. Motor phases. It's all the same. It should be all the same. Let's make sure everything's plugged in well. We have to shut it off to do that. We need to investigate dual carriage, the second tool. The first one's moving in the wrong direction, so we need to invert it. Let's check why. Let's check why. Stepper Y. And now which one is going to move is the question. Okay, so Y is, which one is actually moving? It's hard to tell which is moving. They're both moving. It's hard to tell which one's moving. Let's see. Can I hold this one in place and see what happens? No, it's too strong. Okay, it's the right one that's moving. So why the right one is moving? Now let's see if the direction, because I didn't really pay attention. I was trying to figure out which one was moving. So first move is in the minimum direction. So it needs inverted as well, right? So first move Y is in the minimum direction, needs inverted. So Y is the right one, Y should be left. So those need to be reversed. Okay. Does it still move jerky if you disable motors and then test dual carriage? Neither of them are engaged after that test. So let's do Y1. And Y1 first move is also in the minimum direction. The first is moving to the front. The first move is to the front right now. So let's do a couple of things. So I'm hearing, and let's check this. I'm hearing that all of these things need reverse. So this end stop should be Y, but it's Y1. So I just need to reverse all of those. So let's go into the printer config before I forget. And X, the direction needs to be changed, inverted from where it is. Dual carriage, I'm gonna assume also needs to be changed. We can change it again, but I'm trying to minimize the number of times I have to restart. I'd try inverting the Y motors, but not swapping the motor connectors. What I was thinking of doing, Eddie, is just doing this. And then this to swap those. And then we need to switch, the end stop, PG11 and PG10. So this should be PG11 and this one PG10. Does that make sense? No, I don't need to change those because that changes it for me. Never mind. Changing the header. The header should change it, right? So that should invert both of those. And then the direction was wrong. So let's change the direction on those. Or did I already do it? This one's one way and this one's the other. So I think I need to just invert them. Yeah. Okay, so let's save and restart here and see what happens. Clipper reports error. The position end stop in section stepper Y must be specified. Did I not specify that in stepper Y? Oh, I need to move those. Okay, so let's position, all this position stuff needs to move. Let's move those down to stepper Y. This is still easier than changing all those pins around. I did need to change the direction because they were still moving in the wrong direction. Come on. Hey, it came up that time. Now, if we do, let's just do Y1, which should now be the right one. Here, let's do this. Let's just lock those together. Yep. So that's Y1. First direction was positive. That worked. So let's try that again. First move was in the positive direction on Y1. And that was the right stepper. That was the right stepper. Now stepper Y, first direction is in the positive. And it is left stepper. Now, end stops for Y. So this should be Y, the left one, and it is. And then the right one is Y1. Awesome. So that's working. Now, since this is restarted and we haven't tried to do those, let's see if dual carriage is still a problem, and then we'll investigate that. Yeah, it's doing a jerky motion, which I'm going to check wiring first. I'm going to make sure all of my connections are okay and wire order is correct. So let's shut down the printer. So we don't want to mess with stepper wiring while things are energized. Okay, it is powered off. We are going to do some unplug, and we'll check the back wiring first. So we are gonna go here. Now, which stepper is it? It is this one. So this one has, these are the wires for it. That is this stepper. So the wire order is correct. The wire order is correct. Let's unplug it and make sure all of the terminals look like they are, and they are not. So the problem, I've found the problem already. This is nice. Let's see if I can get this on camera at all. Found the problem. So if I look at the ends of this, all of those terminals, and it might be hard to see, but all of those terminals reach the end. If I look in here, the blue wire here, here, watch. Whoop. The blue wire isn't plugged in. I don't like it when there's a problem, but I like it when it's easily evident. And this is definitely something we wanted to do with the printer unplugged. There we go. Sweet. How are we doing on the stream? Are we healthy? I lost my status. There we are. Okay. Awesome. Hey, Rory. Brewery, right? Like brewery, but brewery. Okay, let's try this again. While I have it unplugged, for, I don't remember who asked, Christian, was it Christian? Was it Christian? Here's what I'm doing for the Wagos. Hey, my mount for my clamp for the bed is working. These are our DIN rail mounts, same thing we use for the controllers, with an integrated Wago mount in them. Now, Kyle here in chat, Kyle Lisa, made one of these. This is I use for the 24 volt power distribution for the controller. I modified one to have 2 Wagos for power for this, and that's what those are. Now, if you look up, and maybe if he's here, he'll post his name. If you look up his name in Voron user mods, you will find them. You will find my modified one when I get it on my GitHub. Did you get that? Just wondering why not use progressive prescription lenses, because I don't have them and I'm not old enough for bifocals. Okay, let's power it back on and see where we can get. And while that is powering on, let me go the next step in helping with this Wago mount thing. And let's go to, let's bring up a new window. We're gonna go to Voron users GitHub. And we go to Voron users GitHub and go to printer mods and Kylissa. And you don't, it's not here. Do you have 2 folders out here? Because actually how I got here, how I got there is I went here and then I looked for the last pull request you did. And then I went back to your master thing and then realized that doesn't actually work. So then I deleted this part from the address and now I end up at your Voron things GitHub. It's about as roundabout as it gets, but this is, let me just paste this in chat. This will get it for you. See ya, Kyle. Gotta go and watch Netflix with the kids. Awesome. Have fun. Okay. let's go. We've turned it back on. It's back on. Let's refresh. And now we are going to do a, let's bring these in here so you can see them. And a stepper buzz dual carriage. And we will see which direction this goes. Positive direction first, and it's moving correctly. Okay. If I go to the console, nope, dashboard. Do I get options to home? No, I just home X. Can I home just just stepper X? Is that possible to tell it to home a stepper rather than the axis? Or should I just home X and see what happens? I think I'm just gonna home X and see what happens. Our end stops we know work. So if it's going in the correct direction, then I'll just do it. I'm about to hit home X. I don't know if you'll be able to see. Maybe we'll go here. Okay, that's better. Don't home X first? Why not? I know it's supposed to home Y first. Okay, let's home Y first. Let's home Y first, because Eddie says don't home X first. And this is Eddie's printer, so let's home Y first. Is my clamp gonna get in the way? No, okay. My clamp won't get in the way. Let's home Y. Holy moly. Hey, it worked. It worked. That's awesome. Now everything's locked in place. Yeah, I checked the clamp. It was out of the way. Home X. Oh. Ah. Check it out. It worked. Wow. Hey, Eddie, at home first time. Thanks to your guys' suggestion of flopping the Y motors, probably. It's awesome. I'm not gonna home Z because I don't have a ZN stuff, or I don't have everything set up for the ZN stuff. Now there is a macro for moving the, there's a macro for moving tool 1 out of the way, right? Shouldn't the right head home to the right? No, it homes to, that's why there's a special printed part for the tool head over here to bump the end stop from tool head 1 into tool head 0. They both home to the left. If you move X, do both tool heads move? I would imagine so. None move. Oh, it won't do these until Z homes. And stream while you're ahead. Move X to the center of the bed now. How do I do that? How do I don't have Z homed. Let's take a little detour and get Z homing. That way we can do more things. So let's take a pause and disable motors so I can move these around and get Z set up. So I have a Z end stop switch, but I want to set up the Euclid mount as well. So let's go here, I think. So I have this. This is the style of mount I'm going to use for the Euclid. It mounts to the gantry like this and gives me some up and down adjustment, and then this bolts together and gives me some adjustment this way. Now I have had to modify this and shorten this a little bit to get into the range for this setup. I'm using the, normally this is turned 90 degrees from here for the mount, but in this orientation, I need to do fewer changes to the macros. And I'm using older clicky macros that don't necessarily have all the stuff built in to use a Euclid probe. So let's just, I mean, I need to set this up anyway before we're going, so we might as well do it now. But I'm excited. It homed. I am excited. Hey, Joshua. Hey, Andres. Now, of course, I modified this and I made the hole for the hex nut here a little too tight. How's it going, Jared? I know you've been here for a while. I don't think I said hi before, though. I think I forgot. There we go. Oh, that you can't see that. I'm just putting the nut in the printed part here. There we go. And then we need probably a 16 millimeter bolt. Let's go here, because this is what I'm working on. Tridex looks like fun and expensive new project. You can hear the excitement in your voice. Your voice changes when I'm happy. Well, it should, right? I should be happy it worked. Okay, that's solid. Now I need a couple of M5x10s. What do we have? Yes, member for 8 months. Thank you. I like being able to troubleshoot stuff on stream, but I like it more when it just works. Colin, thanks for the gifted memberships. Okay, so I think because of the way I have my cables here, I'm gonna have a hard time putting it over here where Eddie does. So I think I'm gonna move or make sure, put it right here, because this is the tool head that's gotta hit it anyway. So I hope I don't regret that, but I'm gonna put it right here. Oh, come on. Oops. There we go. Awesome, that one went right in. So, I'm gonna put it, hey, I got them in the right spacing too. Batting 1,000. Okay. So that's gonna go there and there. Now I'm just gonna manually move this back into position, and I need to move this down. So shift it down somewhere where I can hit. Okay, so I'm gonna shift it up a little bit. Where exactly this is kind of arbitrary. The vertical position is the most important. So go in. Oh, and so that bottoms out before it's in. So now I need to pull this out. I'm gonna set the height. So the height looks good, so I'm gonna set that. And now I'm gonna move this screw down here to move it out this way. So now we go in and out, in. Awesome. There we go. So now, just manually moving it, it goes in. Now it's docking at the very Y max, so I'm gonna loosen this out and move it just a millimeter or so forward. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty much gonna have to dock it at Y max. Okay, that'll work. That will work. What are the differences between Euclid and Clicky? Clicky is a printed solution with pressed and glued in magnets, and there are some variations of it that alter that a little bit. And it works fine. I use it on several printers, or I did before I switched them to tap. Euclid is a more manufactured solution with a PCB and bolted in magnets and that. Euclid is not necessarily a smart versus dumb. They're both just switches. There is some circuitry for an LED on Euclid. I don't actually use it. I just use the ground and signal wires. So I don't care if there's a light on it. I like having some trouble at first. The reward for trying and succeeding makes me happy and at peace, because I know the other shoe isn't going to drop anytime soon. Now, I have plenty of cases where I have trouble and then succeed. So when it succeeds first time, yes, that's a good thing. Charlie's on the move, so let's turn that off, and then I'm going to let him out. You also have the PCB clicky, which is basically the clicky version of the Euclid. There's lots of options that are continually evolving too. I'm gonna let Charlie out. My watch has been charging, so I can get it back on. Thoughts on clicky PCB? I haven't tried it, but I assume it's fine. Burned out the LED circuits the first time I brushed my nozzle anyway. You can put some Kapton on there. Mine has Kapton on it. Will both tool heads be using the probe? No, just tool head 0 uses the probe, and you base your mesh, your Z tilt adjust here, and your mesh is all done with the tool 0. Hey, see a push in plastic? Where are we at? We're at almost 3 hours. Okay, we're basically almost at the point. So now I can set my dock location. So let's get this. Let's home X or home Y. Oops, I homed Y with it there. That's fine. Yeah, it'll clear. Now I can home X. Now, how do I move tool 0 out of the way so I can get the position for, I asked that before, but I may have missed it in chat. Is there a macro, or can I, let's see. If I go into machine and IDEX mode, I should have home to max. Can't home to max. Did you have the IDEX mode configured enabled? Yes. So I'm just looking for what is the, can I just say T0 and that'll dock T1? Is that how that works? activate T1 in full control or auto park. If I just say, I think I can say, if I just say T0, unknown command T0, shouldn't that run T0? Or is there a command for, it's been a long time since I've done even the multi-material stuff. I have IDEX mode enabled. I say I have IDEX mode enabled. Let's make sure. I do not. That's why. Okay. Delete. Save and restart. I did not have it enabled. Thanks for making me check, Victor. Let's see, this is not coming up. Let's restart Clipper. Okay. So to get our pi here, just another little aside. Who was that? Andres. I think this is down here in the temperatures. Temperature sensor RPi. So if you take a screenshot of that and put that into your config, it'll show up. Okay, so now if if I hit T0, it does nothing. What happens if I hit T1? It does nothing. Clipper state disconnect. Oh no. Oh, must home access first. Okay. So this is, so what is that? What is that command? The force, what was the force position? That's where I'm running into problems with. What was that? Force move, force, set kinematic position, Z0. That's fine. I'm gonna take that. Now those should work. Right? If we go +1 on X, or maybe we just do T0. No, that doesn't do anything. T1. Oh, bump. Move out of range. Charlie wants in. Okay, come on. I'm puzzled, not quite sure how I move things around. Home Y, then X, then hit 10 and use force move and move 10 over the end stop. What? Yeah, we lost, oh, that one's locked. Disable. Something is hot. Something is very hot. Trying to figure out. Wow. stepper driver is hot. Huh, interesting. Okay. Not like burn your hands hot, but I noticed a temperature change there. Okay, so if I go down here and IDEX home Y, so let's go here. So I'm gonna hit the IDEX home Y now. And IDEX home Y, macro IDEX home Y called recursively. IDEX home Y called recursively. What's going on? Check extruder motor configs for each can board. If you have something defined wrong, the stepper will have current dumping into it. Seen it in one of LJ's Tridents. Just click the normal home Y button. I can, but I'm curious why the IDEX one doesn't work. If I do that, it works. And then home X. And that sets Z. Okay, well, I can move that. Plus 100. Okay. Now how do I switch back to, so that was dual carriage. What I really need to figure out is where the dock position is, so we can get this to the point where we'll do a full home. Home Y, then home X, then go to the extruder tab and select T0, and then use the force move command to move T0 over to the end stop. Extruder, select T0. Whoa, okay. It just did that. Oh, okay, here we go. There we go. Thanks, Thomas. So let's get this moved over to the dock, and I'm just gonna eyeball it. That's about right. And then Y, oops, Y plus 10. Yeah, that goes right in there. Okay. Is that pretty much? Let's go, because I need to go basically all the way to the max travel. That's it. That's it. X, I don't know what this X 6.99 is. That seems like the wrong, that seems like it's reporting the wrong offset. Here, this is saying my position of the tool head is 6.99. That seems like it's reporting the wrong. Oh, it is, because there's a negative value to get to the. That's fine. Okay, I get it. That makes sense. So the bed is defined as a certain width, but there's negative values to get to the dock positions. So 6.99 is actually 6.99 from 0, but it can go to negative 50 or whatever. So I need to go back a little more. So 1, 2, that's probably right there. And do I get one more out of that? Nope, okay. So if you select T0 or T1 in the extruder tab, it parks the other tool head over the wiper. Yep, And it did, it went to the exact spot. That was awesome. So my probe position is 6.99, apparently 7, and 255. 999. So let's go here and go to, I think, the clicky spot and the Z dock variable park position. Is that this? No, that's park. Right here, Z dock. So X is 7 and Y is 255. And while we're here, let's save and close, and we should be able to, okay, and I'm gonna get a visual aid since I don't wanna unlock the, I'm gonna go here. So that's really close to lined up in the X direction, and the Y direction is also very close. I think it would actually maybe 1 forward on the Y. Oh, we lost the stream? -1. So I think that is our Z end stop pin position. T-minus 5 minutes for the giveaway. Thank you for the reminder, Bill. I had forgotten. Hello, Troy. Okay, so 147, 254 is our Z end stop position. So let's go back to the clicky config here, and Z end stop is hey, look at that, 147, 254. That's what it should have been. Eddie, we're on the same page, basically. Yeah, let's save and restart. So let's pause here. Let's a little suspense, little break in the action, and get ready for this giveaway. The IDEX home macro probably calls itself. Okay, and there's probably a, yeah, I don't know what's going on today. I apologize for the bad internets today. I do have some connection issues. This is so exciting. We are so close here. So exciting. Stream cuts off when you restart the machine. That's an interesting observation. I wonder how accurate it is. So we are giving away, just as a reminder, because we're very close, we have 3 minutes left. We are giving away 1 roll of Polymaker filament, as we'll be doing every stream until I decide to not do it. So the link is in the description, also the pinned post, and we will do that draw here in less than 3 minutes. Say hi, Johan. All your kilobits belong to us. It's ISP's fault, of course. It's not buffering for long at a time. So I'll hang out with y'all anyway. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where are we at? We're at almost, wow, we're almost 400 people. Wow. I think we've been well over 300 the whole stream, so, or most of the stream. That's awesome. Charlie is not, he's out. Worldwide, yes, Dury, it is worldwide. You just have to be here to win. I will send an email to the winner after the stream that will give some instructions, and then you fill out a form that Polymaker provides. You don't have to give me any information. I don't want any information. All I get is your email address. We need a valid email address, and that's it. And your name, so we can verify who you are in chat. So we have 2 more minutes until that draw. We're good. We're over 200 likes. We need more, but that's okay. Polymakers should start with 2 or 3 spools giveaway for that amount of viewers. Now, to be honest, they ask how many spools I want to give away. Most people I see tend to give away 1 spool, so it sounds like a fun. It's a fun thing. It gets an opportunity for people to try it. They have a good selection. I've used it. I use several brands of filament. One nice thing is there's no attachment from, no stipulations from Polymaker on this. I will continue to use other filaments for builds. I will use Polymaker when the color or the type of material fits with the build I want to do. So. Hi, Charlie. You here for the giveaway? We have 1 more minute. Done my part and liked and subscribed. Have you? Thank you. Oh, here we go. Charlie's in his spot. I don't know what it is about this printer. Maybe it's the color affiliation. I've got some PC ABS I need to do something with. I got the blend. I got a roll of that just recently. Charlie will shuffle the draw. Oh, I need to actually bring out the wheel of things, the wheel of names. We are at time, so you have until I find the tab to close the drawing to get your name in there. Hi, Tim. He wants a heated bed to start working. Charlie wants me to build a printer for him. Okay, I am turning off as soon as the page, oops, that's not the page I wanted. Why do I keep doing that? I'm turning off responses. It should be no like, no participation. Yes, it's color coordinated. Exactly. Okay, so let me export this into a new spreadsheet. Create. We have about as many entries as we have people here. It's perfect. How old is Charlie? Charlie is 15 and a half. He will be 16 in June. There we go. Get the names. And we gotta clear the old names. Delete. Oh, I should probably put you over here. Okay. Oh, no. I accidentally hit Z. I can fix that. There, all fixed. Okay, since Charlie is 15 and a half, let's do a number between 1 and 15. The number of times to shuffle this. One and 15. 42 is not between 1 and 15, but it is the right number. It is the answer. Yeah, Charlie is an old man, and he likes to snuggle more and more lately. I'm just saying thank you to everyone involved in the Voron community. Great printer and love mine. Awesome, Tim. Thank you. One plus 15 equals 16. Well, since Jared said 15, let's go ahead and go all the way to 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, you ready, Charlie? Oh, I gotta get rid of the Santa hat. I'll do that next time. Here we go. Who is going to win a roll of worldwide available? Mark Rouleau. Mark Rouleau, are you here? I haven't started a timer, so you'll get a little more than 2 minutes. Mark Rouleau, are you here? Start. My plane's internet dropped for a minute there. Well, Mark Rouleau. Let's see. Let's tag me. Let's see if anybody else sees ya. Santa hat should stay. He's giving away prizes. Hopefully Mark's not at lunch. Not out getting a sandwich. Mark Rouleau. Let's see. I'm looking. Are they taggable? Not taggable. Mark Rouleau. You're here? But you're not Mark Rouleau. Mark. Mark, are you here? It's 7 a.m. It'd be funny if Polar Ted won. Well, we might get another chance. We got 40 seconds to find Mark Rouleau. I checked. Vengeful isn't Mark Rouleau. Can people win 2 weeks in a row? Absolutely. Mark Rouleau, you have 16 seconds. Nobody saw? Let's make sure. Nope. We got 4 seconds left. And you had more than 2 minutes, so let's cancel. Cancel. Okay, we're gonna draw again. We're gonna go 1 and 5. Number between 1 and 5. Got to get that chat engagement up. So this doubles the chat engagement for this stream. Let's see. I think Bill Brothers said 3, so we're gonna go 3. That's the one I picked out there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next chance. Next person. If it's Mark, maybe they'll get some more time to get in here. Major Crapster. Major Crapster, are you here? I am starting a timer. You're gonna get a little just right at 2 minutes. Major Crabster. Tag me, say something in chat, other people will see ya. Major Crabster. Looks like they're taggable. There you are, I see ya. Awesome. Congratulations, Major. Let's see, let me just make sure it looks like I have a valid email address for you. Before we call this done, it looks like it, so. Okay, and we move on. Awesome, congratulations. That is always fun. Let's close this and close this. Get back to, we have an error. Why do we have an error? What did we do? What did we do last? Okay, you are going to sit down now, Charlie. You got an extended period of pets. So I will send you an email sometime shortly after the stream. and we will get that out to you. It's been quick. So I've asked for feedback from a few of the first winners, and so far it's a very smooth process. So now if you asked a question during all of that, please ask it again. Okay, what did we do last time, and why is this in a not ready state? Let's do a clipper firmware restart. Hopefully Charlie didn't knock something loose while he was climbing. I doubt it, but there's an ant up there. I'm not ending the stream yet. We gotta get this truly homing, which means homing, Z-tilt, all that. MCU shut down. Old's already allocated. What did, oh, OIDs? OIDs already allocated? What in the world is that? Does anybody know? An ant looking for its printer. Already allocated. What does that mean? Let's restart again. OIDs are used for SNMP. MCU shut down. Let's just do a power cycle. Let's just do a power cycle. Object ID usually. Is anybody familiar with that? I've never seen that error. Bring it back out here and power it on. He's on his pillow, but we'll give him some time. We'll give him some time. We made that mistake a couple of streams ago. We'll give him some time. That's an internal clipper firmware error. Okay. Is that something I can correct for? Christian, V0.2 was released yesterday. You need to turn shutdown. You need to turn shutdown. Well, it's back up and running now. So let's go here. Restart the Pi, I did. So we're back up and running. So let's find out what happens when we home all. Hold on. Before we do that, let's stepper buzz our Z steppers. Stepper buzz equals stepper Z. In my experience was a Clipper Python bug, firmware restart maybe. Firmware restart didn't seem to fix it, but the full power cycle did. I've never had that happen though. Let's go, oops, that one. Let's go here. We are going to do a stepper buzz, stepper Z. And that was correct. First move was in the negative direction though, so I might have to reverse it. First move was up. First move should have been down. I was in the MKS Pi hell the last 3 days. Ooh. Okay, let's go stepper Z1. Same thing, first move is in the negative Z direction. But it's doing the correct one. Clipper says the OIDs error is from the MCU sporadically resetting. Okay. Don't forget, look, your Z end stop and probe are working. Z end stop is working. So probe we can check. We should check. Z end stop we checked before. And Z2. Oh, this one is moving. This one is moving in the positive direction first move. So this one we don't have to change. So while that's doing that, let's go to machine and printer and stepper Z. We want to invert and stepper Z1. We want to invert. And the exclamation point inverts it. Stepper Z2, we didn't have to, and that's kind of odd, but save and restart. Clipper can be buggy sometimes. I had a problem recently where Clipper lost connection to MCU whenever I did a firmware restart. And then didn't stop doing it, yeah. Shrugs. Shrugs everywhere. Okay, let's see. It takes a little bit to come back. I need to find someone who would trade a Pi 3A for my 3B. It still has Wi-Fi issue, but Ethernet works 100%. I have a question, so I installed the touch display to my Voron 2.4. When I start the Voron, the display doesn't load the Clipper screen, so it's stop at the Raspberry Pi logon. Have you go to the Clipper screen documentation? They have really good installation documentation. You need to install all the things. And it takes a little bit of time, but it's not a lot of commands. Search for Clipper screen documentation or GitHub, and there's a link to their wiki or their documentation, Janice. It's not too bad, but you need to install the things before it'll come up. This isn't coming up, so let's try a Clipper restart. And now we're getting into the shutdown. This is really irritating. Let's try a firmware restart. I actually meant to do a firmware restart before, not a Clipper restart. I'm gonna shut it down here in a second. Maybe worth doing the Clipper updates that are pending. This is updated as of a week ago, right before last stream. I'm gonna shut down. Is there an alternative way to use storage on a Pi 02W? Mine came with a dead SD slot. I don't think so. If it's dead from the beginning, I don't know what you would do to get it to read something off the USB port. The Clipper is updated as of a week and a half ago, right before the last stream. So on like New Year's Eve, I updated it. So we're powering it back up. Okay, and Charlie is done with his private time, so we can get him back. Hey Steve, are you using Clipper Screen and a Buster-based Raspbian image? Recent Clipper Screen added a bunch of dependencies that accidentally pull in modem manager. Oh, it caused firmware bugs. Okay. Has that been fixed in updates? Then I guess maybe we need to update. Has that been fixed in updates within the last 8 days? How often should I update Clipper? When there's a feature or a bug that's fixed that's impacting your ability to print is probably the correct answer. There's a feature you want to add, or there's a bug that it fixes. Otherwise, if it works, it works. It isn't fixed, you have to disable that package. Do you have some instructions on how to disable the modem manager package? Does anybody have instructions on how to do that? I would appreciate it. That would be awesome. We can try it and see if this issue goes away. I am a little, there's been a couple of times that Clipper screen has bugged me. It's such a nice setup, but a little frustrated with a couple of issues that have been introduced in updates. Okay, we are back here. I'm gonna just write down modem manager, because that's probably enough keyword for me to find it afterwards. And I'm sure someone will DM me some info on it as well. Okay. Can we do a, well, while we're here, let's check the Euclid probe. Let's check the sudo apt remove modem manager. And let's just do this. Let's do this. Because I don't want to have to deal with that if I don't have to. You want to continue? Yes. Okay. We'll find out if that fixes our issue or not in the next reboot. But right now, oops, I bumped my camera. Right now, we're gonna go back here and go to machine and query our end stops again. And probe is triggered, and as it should be, I don't have the probe on there. So I'm gonna put it on. And now it should be open, and it is. And if I click the button on the bottom and query it, it is triggered. So we are good. So our Euclid probe is functioning. I may have to, yeah, I figure I'll probably have to reboot the Pi, but until I have to, I'm gonna have to restart it anyway next time this happens, so I'll just restart it then. Okay, let's do a home all. With my fingers on the buttons. My fingers on the buttons. Let's do a home all. Dashboard. Home all. Ooh, I'm gonna have to change my offset on Y when it homes, because it gets too close to the, okay. Why didn't it move out of range? Okay, so we've got to move out of range here in the macros. That's okay, the clamp is still okay, I think. Well, let's take it off. I wasn't too worried about it because it was gonna go to the back of the printer, but. Okay, we have a move out of range that is, it's trying to go to minus 49 and 220. What macro is doing that? So, all the other things seem to be putting stuff in the right spots. I don't think this will work. No, because there's move out of range. Did I miss you changing the motor directions for Z0 and Z1? Yeah. Yeah, I did go in and change those. Get a huge red stop button from Dramatic Effect. Do I have to remove the clip in case of the bed hitting it? I did. I thought I figured I was probably okay with the homing moves that were gonna happen, but it's smart for me to remove it. We have a move out of range. It's trying to go to minus 49.8. So let's go and look. It's probably in the IDEX mode macros. And You need to set the home Z position. Home Z position in the clicky macros. Jumping back in, are you seeing the T1 go to the center of the bed before T0 is engaged after homing? No, I'm getting an error here, Eddie. When I try to home all, here, I'm gonna home all, and if I home all, it's gonna, oh, that one moved to the beginning. That last time it only moved to here. Hey, Neriku. He's jumping back in. Oh, yeah. And now I'm getting, oops, let's bring this over here. I'm getting move out of range before it goes to the next. Looks like it's trying to home T0 and T1 and T0 spot for some reason. Oh, we're buffering. We should be back. We should be back or on our way back. Is auto park active in IDEX mode? Let's find out. Auto park, default auto park is reconnected, reconnected. We should be coming back. Are we back? This is odd. I'm back. Okay. Are you still there, Eddie? Do you have some suggestion on where I should be looking? Did the internet hiccup? Yep. We're back. I don't know offhand what that error would be. Okay. Let's see. Need to understand what it's trying to do. So it when it's trying to home Z, what is it trying to do? I noticed, I think in printer config that the Z home was set for gantry. What does that mean? Where would I see that, Dark Sky? It's not gonna do, it doesn't, I can set the kinematic position for Z, but anything else isn't gonna happen. It gives an error until Z is homed. You know, the difference in our configs here, is there something in there that's requiring this, Eddie? The force move? Because the difference in our configs is I have that disabled. So after T1 moves to the center of the bed, it should next switch to T0. T1 should park on the right and T0 should come back to the center. It was in the probe config set to -128 currently. You could try setting your Z offset in IDEX mode to 0. You could also try, let's try this. Let's try uncommenting that, because that's the difference in our configs. And everything else, I haven't had to change positions much. I had to change the dock, obviously, but just about everything else is identical in our configs. Things aren't hitting end of travel when it moves around. So let's see. Let's just see what happens when we go here. So that restarted, and it actually restarted without issues this time. So maybe I didn't have to reboot after that last change. Let's home all. So let's see what it does. It is shifting when it hits. Does yours shift when it homes Y? Nope, I'm getting the move out of range. You could try setting your Z offset in IDEX mode to 0. Are the steppers still hot? Yeah, things are, the steppers themselves aren't hot. It's the stepper driver. Can you go to the homing override? That looks wrong in many ways. Let's go through here. Can you bring up your printer config? I think it's in the stepper config section as the home X is not working correctly per the scripts. This is stepper X. Can you look at the bottom of your printer config? You want this? Exactly. I think it's the stepper config section and the home X is not working correctly per the scripts. But where in the stepper config? Did you get a heatsink for the stepper driver on the canvas boards? I did, but I didn't put it in. Oh, we can't see it. I'm sorry. You're right. So this is the end of the. My bad. My bad. I am now. Oops. Scroll up a bit to the IDEX home macros, okay? Print start. IDEX home. Maybe the bump 5mm takes it out of range. It is bumping when it hits Y. I wonder why. On the when it homes to Y, it is bumping. It is shifting the carriages. I have activate extruder comment out. Oh, that was because we were commenting things out that were giving us errors before. Good catch. That's my fault. Where else might we have commented out things for extruder? That was my fault. We commented that out when we were trying to make things just work in a previous stream. Here, let's do a find on extruder 1. I think were the things we were looking for. There. Next. 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 Okay. So let's try that. Okay, home all. Those shifts are a little disconcerting. Oh, hey, looky there. My fault. It's hitting it, but barely. Awesome. Very nice. Okay. I need to adjust, before I forget, I need to adjust my end stop position. Let's go here and my clicky probe, and I want my Y end stop to be like 252. Let's try that, because it was a little too far back. It wasn't hitting the center of the pin. So, save and restart. Hey, Jason. The carriage shifting on Y was my problem as well. It boiled down to the levers on my Y end stops weren't equal. So essentially you are racking the gantry during Y homing as it tries to hit both stops. But it should, if I home again, it should be de-racked and it should hit at the same time, right? Maybe? Or it should be at the same, I don't know, because I undid it. By the way, that's a couple of successful restarts in a bit. Dock location Z and clicky is set for gantry. And it should be gantry. Let me cover that. Clicky Z, dock location, Z dock position, minus 128 for gantry mount, and it is gantry mount. It is gantry mount, so I think we're okay. So let's go back here, and I'm gonna home again. Home all. Oh, I need to change my offset because it's interfering with the Euclid. See, it's pulling it partially out. Oh, let's see, how close am I? I can go another millimeter that way, and Eddie's config was more correct on the end. So let me go back into here. Let's go things that I'm thinking of. So I think I need to go like 250 and 146. And let's just save and close that, because that's not really important for me to change right now. Is this Core XYX? It's referred to in Clipper as hybrid Core XY. Eddie can probably give a better explanation on. And there is, and if you go to his channel, there is a video on the explanation of the kinematics here. Where is the, I think, let's go into, what is it, the homing retract? Homing retract distance on Y. I want that to be more. Homing retract distance is 5. Is that what gives the... Homing retract distance is what, once it homes and moves back, is that only 5? It seemed like it was more. It seemed like it moved back more than 5. So is that in the homing, the macro down here? Where is it? Home Y. Move away. Okay, yeah, this move away is what I want to do. And I'm going to go like move away to another 20 millimeters. Yep, I figured it out. Save all. I bumble my way through sometimes. And you guys didn't see any of that because I keep forgetting to switch over to the other screen. I'm sorry. We're gonna home here right now anyway. Home all. There we go. Now it's out of the way of that probe. Now that's going to go out of the way. That's going to come in. And then it's going to probably a millimeter up on there, but I'm pretty good on the other way. We're good enough. What is the nozzle brush you're using? So these are little silicone wipers that are cut out of a bigger sheet. On Eddie's Tridex site, I think there's some info on what stuff to buy for this and a template to cut it. See you, Dan's. You need a live assistant that controls your camera. Okay, I think I can go in and attach the probe. Okay, that wasn't as smooth as I'd want. Let's dock the probe. Okay, so I'm not in the same position as I thought I should be. I'm off by a millimeter or two. It's working because of the shape of the probe, but if I go back here and go to machine, and I'm probably a couple of millimeters off in the X direction. So dock location X, I'm gonna go 5. And then save and restart and try this again. It successfully grabbed it and undocked it, but it wasn't smooth. When you go to get a clicky or Euclid or whatever, you want this to be a dead on in whatever slot or location it needs to go. See you, Bartos. So that is restarted. We have had many successful restarts in a row since removing that package, so thank you. Now we're gonna home all. Okay. We are good on that. Now I'm going to unpin the giveaway link. Thank you. Unpin. There we go. And now we're going to attach the probe. Okay. That was closer. And oops. No, I just dock probe. Okay, I'm about a millimeter off still. So let's go back to, I could move it to get the exact coordinates, but this trial and error is only a couple of iterations. Let's go 4, and then this one I wanted to do 51. Save and restart. Motor managers is for managing SIM cards for laptops. It's pretty much useless these days, and everything put it in and it breaks everything serial. Glad to see you have it purged. Thank you for that suggestion. Is that parked nozzle supposed to be directly above the silicone pad? It looks like it's not. There's probably some limits I need to tweak based on my particular assembly here. Yeah. And it might need to be tweaked on Eddie's too. Okay, we are gonna home again. There's no place like home. I still haven't had a chance to do the Y homing twice in a row. We'll do that here in a bit. Well, if you adjust the max position for dual carriage, you change where it parks the nozzle. Yes. And it is back from there. So the max position does need to be changed. Let's see how I'm at here. I am hitting almost dead center there, so we're good on the Z end stop now. I'm gonna let Charlie out. Turn off the cam. Let Charlie out. And okay, and then we're gonna do the attach probe again. There we go. And we're gonna dock probe. That was smooth, perfect. That was great. Let's do a Z-tilt. Let's do a Z-tilt, right? Find out. It may be good before you get too far to make sure the T0 tool head is at the, whoa. Yep. The edge of the billet plate. Exactly what you just told me to do, Eddie. Disable motors. I need my positions to be different. Oops. Okay, put that back over there. Let's check our Z-tilt positions. Let's home all. Yep, home all. Well, you said X0, but Y0 is apparently in there as well. What are we talking about? Yeah, I agree, Eddie. I was not expecting that to be different between our builds. Because the magnet position is basically the same. These are way, let's force that up a bit. Check the position. That's probably a good idea. I'm gonna just use G0X0Y0. Let's see where that actually puts me. I mean, it's there. That's where it should be. Is there shouldn't be a difference, or there should not be a significant difference in the probe offset between the Euclid and the clicky in the configuration that I'm using. I don't use an AutoZ script. It's not in here. So let's go to the config and let's see where it's trying to do our probe position first. So we're gonna go to the printer config. Are you using a 250 plate or a Prusa size? I'm using a Prusa size, but it was trying to, it would still, here, let's go here. It was hitting right here. It was hitting off the edge of here. The switch was off the edge of here. Yeah, and the probe is on the front edge of the switch there. That zero position is exactly on the edge of the bed. To my eye, Electroleon. To my eye, it's exactly on the edge of the bed. So let's go in here and look at our Z-tilt points, and let's actually move it to that point and see where that puts the probe. So go to our Z-tilt. It should be in here. Z-tilt. So this position should be 135, 325. Oh, points. The Z position is correct. The points, it's 220, 125, 220. 125, 220. $125,220 is that second position, right? 125X, 220Y, and then it goes, shit. What's your probe Y offset? Probe is up here. Where is probe? Oh, there we are. Y offset 21. Y offset is 21, which is, I mean, I guess I can, here, let's measure it. Put that there and let's just grab a ruler. I mean, the actual number to the switch should be like 23. I'm gonna let Charlie in. The actual number should be like 23, according to my ruler. I would think the 2 millimeters, I mean, I'm gonna change this. Let's just change that to 23, but that's not gonna make a difference. So Y end stop position is 225. Yeah, position end stop is 255. And when I go to 0, it goes to the front of the bed. What I'm wondering is if we save and close this, and I go to that, if I go to G0, oops, 0, X 125, Y 220, F, where does that put me? Yeah, that puts me on the back. It puts me on the bed still. Oh, you know what? I think it's putting, so I think here's what's happening. I think it's probably, and let's see if I can get a shot of this. I think it just happens. Let's see if we can get this. I think it just happens to be putting me right over that screw hole. I think it's putting me right over that screw hole, and that's what's going on. So I'll move that forward 15 millimeters and we'll try it again. I think it's putting me in that screw hole. And that screw hole is deep enough to where it's not gonna trigger the actual actuator on the switch. So let's go back to the machine and let's just do it shouldn't be even close though. Oh, does Z-tilt still not use the probe position, but it's the nozzle position? I think it's the nozzle position. I think it's the nozzle position, and then it takes into impact the offset. So I think we're okay if we go into Z-tilt and just move this 15 millimeters forward. So I'll make that 205. And I was absent-mindedly, so we're gonna change this to 205. Because just eyeballing 15 millimeters will be definitely on the process sheet there. Okay, so home all. You can shift the other two positions forward as well if you'd like. I think they're okay though. Oh. Fortunately, Fortunately, home's fine with the clicky probe on there. That all worked, even though I got my fingers in there, and that was probably not the safest thing to do, and caused a little bit of problems, but okay. No OSHA. How's the progress? We're doing great. It is basically homing. Now we're gonna do a Z-tilt and just go for it. Now that offset is a bit, I need more offset there in case the bed's further out. There we go. It's right on the edge of the back of the bed, but what speed do you use on homing normally? This is all Eddie's config. The default speeds and stuff are all Eddie's config. I usually just set it to the 100 to 160 range. Are we losing it again? Zachary, thank you. A little buffering. Where we're at? Oh, one more round, I guess. It's on the bed. We are doing good. Whoa, we gotta go again. Gotta go grocery shopping. See you, Brian. What's with the second head shifting when I home? Both of them are shifting when you home Y, and we haven't figured that out yet. See you, Bill. We're just about done. We're not gonna print today. There we go. We have successfully homed and Z-tilted. We have successfully homed and Z-tilted. That is progress. That is enough progress that we will be printing next week. That is awesome. That worked. Now everything's locked in. Let's do a Y home and see if we can get a little better view here. Let's do a Y home and we'll just home all and see if it shifts. Yes, they're still shifting. Hey, 3DP. James, thanks for being a member for 8 months. It's because of the path of the X belts. It is homing X afterwards, so it doesn't really matter that it's shifting on that Y homing move because it's not impacting the X position after that. Does that sound reasonable? Terrible pun. I didn't, oh, why home? Could the homing speeds be too fast for the end stop to trigger in time, causing it to overrun the end stop for a moment? It shouldn't. Tension is good, unless it's too much. Yes, need to make sure both Y end stops are triggering at the same time. Well, you want to make sure that both Y end stops are at a consistent distance from what's square in your gantry. They should be the same distance. You don't make sure that they trigger to the same spot on a potentially racked gantry, right? So it makes more sense for these to be correct than for them to be matched to the gantry. So if something, I'll have to think about it and maybe do some experimenting on what might be causing it to shift. But we don't want to change these so that it doesn't because it triggers at the same time, because that doesn't mean that we're de-racking the gantry. It will skew the print if it causes racking. Right, but the shift in X, the question is the gantry square right now? And I guess I could measure between some reference points to see if it's close. 'Cause 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 it's c Could be the currents are too high when homing. I just haven't had that problem on other systems. The Y steppers are quite warm though, even from just that. The Y steppers are quite warm. Not hot, but warm. I think the Y end stop may not be shifted front quite enough, so it's jamming a bit when it's homing since it's not triggering well. But if I go in here and just disable steppers and I just manually move this, both of them are triggering before it hits a hard stop. I can hear them. Unless the trigger is some distance after the click. How are the two nozzles leveled? There's a Z offset between the nozzles that gets configured. Yeah, those are hitting. I think the run current is 1 amp or somewhere close to that. So if you find a square gantry, it could be that the end stops are within 1 step of each other and it skips 1 step. Worth a look if everything else checks out. And once we're done, we can do some calibration prints to see if there's a skew and see if that's a problem. Am I remembering correctly that you modded a solid fork motor mount for the camera wire to pass? If so, can you remind me where you published it? Not a solid fork, I did a Trident. I did a Trident motor mount so the cameras will pass. I know you've already tested, but maybe worth triple checking that the Y1, Y end stops are paired with their appropriate motors. That is a good question. What is the best way to check that? So if we identify, that's a good thing to check. If we just look here and move this out of the way and we query the end stops and trigger the left one is Y. So now if I stepper buzz Y, if I come back here and stepper buzz stepper Y, and I'm gonna just lock the belts together on this side just so I can tell which one is actually moving. That Y, the left one is moving. So when I trigger the left end stop, it says end stop Y is triggered. When I lock together the right belt so it doesn't move, the left one moves just fine. So these are good steps though, thank you. Are you using sensorless? No, we're not using sensorless here. See you, Tiger. Okay, this was really good progress. The only thing I would have liked to continue to move forward is maybe put some panels on, but you've seen me do that 100 times. So I might put some panels on in between streams, just the rear panel probably. And then next stream, we're going to calibrate and print and figure out any other little things here. But I think we're at a point where it's just about printing, and that's going to be the next stream. So there's no way I was going to get it to calibrating and printing. So this is good progress today. We'll finish it off next week and actually do a dual color print. So my V0.1 with 0.85A gets a bit hot already. Yeah, these, well, did we check what the current, I remember it being somewhat high, but not out of the, it's what Eddie runs. We're running these at 0.8, so not even an amp, they're 0.8. So Thank you, Eddie. I really appreciate you being here. This is fun. I mean, we're making progress every stream, and we've solved a few issues, a few problems today, and it is homing. That was the big goal. A single color print might have been cool today, but homing is enough. We'll print next week. So, yeah. So the plan is to do the members only stream this coming Saturday. I think, yeah, this coming Saturday, we're gonna do the members only stream. And then next Sunday, we'll be back on to finish off the Tridex here. The following weekend, we will be starting the Micron. So thanks again, everybody. Thanks for the gifted memberships, the new members, the donations. Congratulations to the Polymaker Filament winner. And yeah, have a good rest of your weekend. Hopefully next week, either the area internet is in better shape or I figure out what's going on with my local internet, my local network. So, oh, and there's Charlie. He's coming on up, so I'll grab him. Have a good weekend, everybody. We will see you next weekend. There is a potential, there is a potential for some unplanned weekday streams. Keep an eye on the channel. Bye.